Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Olumide Ajayi, and we are about starting the meeting now. Kindly mute your microphones. Please mute your microphone.
What is on? One nine seven eight.
Good afternoon, everyone. You are all welcome to this epoch-making symposium. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Skyline University, Nigeria, the Registrar, the Dean, School of Art Management and Social Sciences, I am welcoming everyone to this symposium. The theme of the symposium is maintaining a healthy heart, and it is indeed an auspicious one for that matter, because we're talking about our health. And today we have with us a medical doctor from United Kingdom that will be speaking to us on this topic. And at the moment, I would like to hand over to Mr. Adedokun Adetunji for the profile of our guest lecturer. Mr. Adetunji.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope my voice is audible and clear for everyone to hear. Okay, I'll be reading Dr. Oluwakayode's profile or citation. Dr. Oluwakayode Oke was born in the southwestern region of Nigeria. He's a general practice registrar with an interest in cardiovascular health. He works in the East Kent area in the United Kingdom. He completed his undergraduate medical training at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He proceeded to obtain a master's degree in epidemiology as a developing solutions scholar from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. Dr. Oluwakayode Oke was an international excellence research scholar for 3 years and gained a PhD in epidemiology and public health from the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. He then proceeded to do a core medical training at the Peterborough City Hospital, where he became a member of the Royal College of Physicians, London. Dr. Oke worked as a specialist registrar in cardiology in East Anglia, Huddersfield, and Northern Ireland. He commenced training in general practice in the East Kent area in the United Kingdom. It is indeed a great privilege to have him as a guest lecturer today. I would like to hand over to the speaker to start the presentation. Thank you for coming for this presentation, sir. We hope to learn a lot from you, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Oh, you can hear me. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Ideally, I would like to see people's faces. I know it's not the same as a physical lecture, but hopefully we'll have an interesting interaction. The presentation is going to be a brief one, probably about half an hour, and then we'll take some questions after that. I'm sorry, I'm just in the middle of my clinic, so I'm wearing scrubs today. So let me see if I can share. Yeah. Can you see my slides now? Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can, sir. We can.
Yes, we can see them.
Okay, yeah. So I just. Okay, can you see the next one?
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
Oh, amazing. Okay. I've just put this slide here. I've called it a housekeeping slide because one thing I'm passionate about is putting information out there for young people who might be interested in following a trajectory similar to mine. For anyone who is interested in studying outside Nigeria, whenever they finish their undergraduate degree. So I was privileged to win the scholarship in 2009, the Developed Experience Solutions scholarship, and began my journey in the United Kingdom. And I think it's fairly straightforward to get a scholarship. If obviously you're expected to have really good grades, and I think at the time we're just required to write a statement of intent, and then wrote the statement of intent, made an application, and then subsequently applied for the scholarship, and then was able to get it. Dr. Ajayi has my slides, so if anyone, and I've just left the link to the scholarship at the bottom there. So if anyone is interested, just for me to leave it out there, it's an opportunity that you can always avail yourself of if it's something that interests you. And there are a host of scholarships outside there that you can avail yourself of. So then I will go to my next slide. This might come across as a who is who in Nigeria. I know this is not a civics class, but I wonder how many people you can identify here. And there is a couple of common denominators amongst these people. Obviously, they are Nigerians, prominent people. But I think beyond their notoriety in terms of fame and celebrity, I know, as a matter of fact, that there's something else, a common thread amongst all these people. So I'll start with the top left-hand corner. This is a famous footballer in Nigeria. I don't know how young the audience are. And if they will ever remember this, that just tells you just reveals your age if you know this guy. So he was a famous footballer, and then we had this World Cup qualifying match. It was one of those times when, as a nation, we're still struggling really hard to play at the World Cup, and then he was representing Nigeria, playing a qualifiers match in Lagos, and then he collapsed suddenly. This second guy on the slide is actually a famous Nigerian as well. He was governor then of Ondo State, which is a neighboring state to my state of origin, which is Ekiti State, and was going about his usual activities, and then suddenly collapsed and died suddenly. So in the first case, Sam Okwaji was playing a football match, collapsed suddenly. This gentleman was also going about his usual regular activities and then just collapsed suddenly. The third case is also someone within the entertainment and sports space. Someone who represented Nigeria, playing football for Nigeria, and also coached the Nigerian Super Eagles team for a while. And then also slept someday and he didn't wake up. So I wonder that you might begin to wonder what's going on, what happened to all these people. They were otherwise well in themselves, didn't have any health concerns, presumably, and then they just died suddenly. Two of them died during activity, and then you had one who died in his sleep. And then there are many frameworks for explaining anything, any phenomenon in the world. Begin to wonder, is it just bad luck, or can we explain it by some rational means? And I've just put this quotation here saying by Ralph Emerson, saying, "Shallow men believe in law, but struck men believe in cause and effect." So in my opinion, I think when we study the pathophysiology or study the patterns of diseases, then we'll realize that the underlying common thread in all these scenarios can be linked to heart conditions of some sort. And what I'm just gonna try to achieve today, I don't know what people's expectations were for this presentation, but I think you know I'm gonna make it a little bit interactive. I just want a male and a female, one each, to tell me what they were hoping to learn from this presentation. Anyone, any bold person willing to volunteer just to tell us what they were hoping to learn? Please unmute yourself if you're gonna volunteer to say something. Hello? Dr. Jai, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. I don't think anyone is.
Yes, who wants to answer the question?
Just tell me what were you hoping? Did you have anything in mind? Would you like to learn anything specifically? Okay.
Yes. Somebody should speak.
No one wants to speak?
Hello?
Okay, somebody is speaking.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, it's Mr. Ade. So I really look forward to learning things about how the art actions and what probably led to the death of this notable personality. From my own knowledge, most of them died in their probably 50s, not at the prime of their ages. So probably if I can probably learn what led to their death, also be able for me to prevent issues with my.
Sorry, Dr. Ajay, I didn't hear that clearly. Do you mind just if you just give us a recap of what he said?
Okay, he said quite a number of those that died, as shown in the first slide. Um, they seems to be old enough to die. If I'm not misquoting him, the case of Olusegun Agagu and the coach of the Super Eagle. Mr. Adelokun, is that what you said?
Yes, yes, you're on track, sir. I said that those people died probably at the prime of, like not at the prime of their years, died a bit younger than I said to have died. So I feel that it is very important for us to know why probably died, sort of medical complications and illnesses. So I think this program will give us the opportunity to learn what really happened and how these things can be prevented.
Okay. I think that is a very, I would call it a succinct description of what this presentation was going to be about. Anyway, so what I'm going to just start by is just talking about how common cardiac conditions. Can you hear? Yeah? Yeah, how common cardiac conditions are. So this is the, so I got this from the Global Atlas of Diseases. And here we're talking about the global data on cardiovascular diseases. And we can see the leading cause of death, if we look at each system would be cardiovascular diseases. I know the 33% there is a combination of all other non-communicable diseases combined. So we can see that it represents a massive proportion of the cause of death globally. And then if we take a further look at the African regions more specifically, if we start from here, we can for now neonatal conditions remain the leading cause of death in Africa. But then if we look at HIV used to be the leading cause of death in 2000, but it's now about number 4 on the list. And that is, we can attribute that to the effectiveness of not just the prevention strategies, but also the therapeutics in terms of antiretroviral medications, which are really effective. And so HIV now is just another chronic, more or less like any other chronic condition. But what we can see if we come down to the bottom of this slide here is if we look at ischemic heart disease. So normally when we classify diseases, ischemic heart diseases and stroke, we tend to put them together and call them cardiovascular diseases because they are diseases of the blood vessels. And what we can see here is a steady rise from the bottom of the list, gradually creeping up to become top of the list. I can imagine if we had these two together and called them cardiovascular diseases, they will be just about the #1 cause of death even in Africa. So here we are dealing with something that is fairly common than it used to be. And that is not surprising for a number of reasons. The first being the success of some of the, if we look at our under 5 mortality, there's been significant improvement over time in under 5 mortality and life expectancy and so on and so forth. So now people are living old enough to be able to acquire these diseases. And also, I think, in my opinion, another thing contributing would be the rising incidence of things like obesity and so on and so forth. The next slide just shows the distribution of death from ischemic heart disease compared to the rest of the world. This is in males, and we can see where Nigeria is. And then this is the data for females, which seem to be one of the highest in the world amongst women. So when we say CVD, cardiovascular disease, we are talking about a combination of heart disease and stroke, but they are all diseases of the blood vessels in most cases. So I just want to talk very briefly about the structure of the heart, and because I think understanding the structure of the heart is key to understanding the diseases of the heart and the blood vessels. The heart has, I would say, for the purpose of talking about diseases, 3 components. And the first component would be the muscle of the heart. So when we talk about the muscle of the heart, we are talking about this. So this is the heart muscle. And sometimes the heart muscle can be affected and there can be disease of the heart muscle. And in the case of Samuel Okwaji, this is probably what happened to him. He had a disease of the heart muscle. Now, disease of the heart muscle can be gotten mainly by 2 ways. The first would be when it's an inherited condition, which was probably the case of Samuel Okwaji. Probably he inherited it from his family. What then happens is when you have a disease of the heart muscle can become big, and then sometimes makes it difficult for the heart to pump blood out of the heart. And also what happens is you can begin to have abnormal electrical activity within the heart muscle itself. And then now the next important thing when it comes to talking about the heart is the electrical connection of the heart. The heart has within it an electrical connection that gives instruction to different parts of the heart on when to pump blood, when to relax to be able to receive blood. And usually what happens is at this top bit, that is the source of the electricity in the heart, and then it moves down to the rest of the heart. And along this pathway, anywhere along this pathway, there can be abnormalities that can lead to diseases of the electrical conduction of the heart. So when we talk about disease of the electrical conduction of the heart, that's what tends to happen in instances where someone sleeps and the person doesn't wake up. It's because there's some fault with the conduction system or the electrical patterns within the heart. Now, the third component of the heart are the blood vessels around the heart. And what happens is that you have this main blood vessel that takes blood away from the heart, and then from it, you have the smaller blood vessels that supply blood to the muscles of the heart for nutrition of the heart muscle. And sometimes you can have diseases inside these blood vessels. For instance, if there is a blockage or a narrowing, it can cause problems. So when it's blocked completely, that's what you call a heart attack. When it's narrowed from having deposits of cholesterol, that's what you will call angina. I just want to touch briefly on some of the symptoms people can have when they have heart problems or diseases of any of the components of the heart. So if we talk about the heart muscle itself, I've already mentioned one, which is what happened in the case of Sam Okwarji, which is collapsing suddenly during exercise. It can be an indication of a disease of the heart muscle. In some people, for instance, if you drink alcohol excessively, if you drink a lot of alcohol, what can then happen is the muscles of the heart can become weak, and when they become weak, what then tends to happen is that people can begin to develop shortness of breath, like they become breathless. So they get tired easily, become breathless, and the breathlessness that we see in this sort of people is very characteristic in the sense that it's usually worse when they lie flat, and then also you have people waking up in the middle of the night, panting, trying to catch their breath. So those are very characteristic symptoms that we can see sometimes in these patients. They might also have chest pain, and sometimes they can have leg swelling. So both legs also can be swollen. When we talk about the conduction system, also in this sort of people, they can present, sometimes they can feel dizzy, or they can faint completely. Sometimes they might have heart racing, beating really fast, which we'll call palpitations. And also I've described sudden death. When you have problems with the conduction system of the heart, it can manifest itself as people dying suddenly in their sleep when they sleep at night time. Also, it can happen in some instances, people just collapsing and dying during exercise, or collapsing and dying when they get emotional, like hungry or happy or elated. So those are some of the symptoms that we can have when there's a problem with the electrical conduction within the heart itself. And then now talking about the heart race, which is the third component, this disease of the heart race cannot when you have deposits of cholesterol inside the blood vessels itself, leading to narrowing. So this sometimes can manifest itself as chest pain, and the chest pain here is very characteristic. Sometimes it feels like a pressure at the center of the chest, or it feels like someone sitting on the chest, and it tends to go into the jaws and typically into the left arm. That's the way it tends to manifest, and in that case, you know that this person is probably having a heart attack. Also, some people can describe feeling breathless, and this tends to occur after activity or during activity. And also, they might have chest pain during activity. And when they have chest pain during activity, it tends to settle once they sit down and rest for some time. And then if they exert themselves again, then the chest pain comes back on. So that's very descriptive of this sort of chest pain that is linked to diseases of the heart rate. So having talked about these things, these problems, I think that the next thing is to discuss preventive strategies or what can be done. Unfortunately, at the moment, I think we don't have enough centers in Nigeria that can address some of these heart diseases. I'm glad now that we have a couple of centers, as far as I know, in Lagos, in Abuja as well, where some of the necessary procedures can be done. If someone is having a heart attack, for instance, which is a massive leap from where we used to be as a nation, say 10, 15 years ago. But I think what is would be more useful in this sort of discussion is, and also in line with the topic I've been given, is to discuss strategies that we can use to prevent fatalities occurring from heart conditions. And broadly speaking, we have to think about how people get heart diseases. So the first way would be what I would call the inherited conditions. For instance, if someone has disease of the heart muscle, that can be inherited, and also in some families you have really high cholesterol in some families. So I think we'll have one strategy talking about what to do in instances where the heart condition is inherited, and then what to do in other instances where lifestyle leads to heart conditions. So I'm sure most people would be able to, if you just you can think of people you've known, met, or heard about who have died suddenly, either in their sleep or during activity. And especially if there's that sort of history in your family, then you have to think about getting yourself checked and screened, just to be sure that you don't have an underlying heart condition that can just manifest itself later as just dying suddenly. And if for inherited heart diseases, typically what we'll do would be to do a heart tracing, and sometimes we can find an indication there that someone has an inherited heart condition, and in some instances we do what we'll call an ultrasound of the heart. So what I would say is, if there's anyone listening in the lecture, and at some point, if you have any family members who have died suddenly in their sleep or during activity, I would recommend that you get yourself screened properly for any underlying heart condition. Now, the next thing is, so that's just dealing with inherited heart diseases. Think about your family history. Think about people within your family. Is there anyone who has died in their sleep suddenly? And then that's a pointer that there's the possibility of an inherited heart condition in your family. The other thing then would be the acquired heart conditions and what can lead to those heart conditions. So the first most preventable cause of heart disease is smoking. And we know that smokers are 2 to 4 times more likely to have a heart disease. But more importantly is when you get exposed to the smoke of cigarette from someone else for a sustained period of time. So that's what we call secondhand smoking. So if you live with someone who smokes all the time, or you work with someone who smokes all the time, your risk of developing a heart condition is increased by 25 to 30%, and you need to be aware of these things and begin to take measures to prevent it from happening. Another leading cause of heart conditions would be high blood pressure. I don't know how many people have had their blood pressure checked at any point. I would suggest, at least if you're 40 and above 40, to at least get your blood pressure checked. It's usually fairly straightforward thing to do, because that increases the risk of heart disease by 500% or 6 times. Another thing that contributes, especially with heart attacks, would be diabetes. And we know that diabetic people are 5 times more likely to have heart problems. And it's also a simple, straightforward test also to check, which would be just a blood sample. And then that can tell us if you're diabetic. Now, it's also the case for Black people, because our risk of diabetes is higher compared to white people. And especially if you have a family member who has diabetes, if you are more than 25 years old, the recommendation is that you should be screened for diabetes. So that's another thing to bear in mind. And then the other thing to consider would be obesity, because it increases the risk of heart attack it doubles the risk of heart attack. And we also know that even having fat around your belly is an independent risk factor for a heart attack. So positive strategies will include things like a healthy diet, and I've just included this diagram here. I'm probably not I'm not a nutritionist, but these are some of the recommendations in terms of what people can eat to have a healthier diet. Another strategy would be exercising. We know that it reduces the risk of a heart attack by 61% in men and 57% in women. And when we talk about exercising, we are talking about 30 minutes of moderate exercise, about 3 to 4 times a week, with moderate intensity. So that's what the recommendation would be. Now, the other thing that you can do is to you can estimate your risk of having a heart attack over the next 10 years. And this calculator was developed by Professor Cox, who proudly at the time was at University in Nottingham. And basically, so these are the variables included within the calculator. I don't want to bore you with all the hazard ratios and so on and so forth. And we use this a lot within our practice in the UK. And this is what the calculator looks like. You just input all the variables. It calculates the risk of hello. Just need to mute some people. Can you mute, guys? And then what this calculator does is it calculates your risk of developing heart disease over the next 10 years. So this is publicly available online, but then what the National Health Service has done is to have a simplified version of this calculator, which I would encourage everyone to do. So it just tells you your risk of developing a heart condition over the next 10 years, and then also it's going to suggest some lifestyle changes. What I think I'll do is I will just put a link to this calculator in the chat once I finish my presentation. Should anyone be interested in estimating their risk of developing a heart attack and so on and so forth. Now, another thing that I try to advocate is what to do if you find someone who has collapsed suddenly. what should you do if you find someone who has collapsed suddenly? I'm just going to show a video that will demonstrate very quickly, about a minute or two, what we call cardiopulmonary resuscitation, what it's like. So if you just give me a minute, and then I'll bring up the video. Stop sharing this, and then. So just 1 minute. Can I? So I hope this comes out. Just
We couldn't hear the sound.
Okay. So to just have a recap of, just to summarize everything I've said, if just some things to remember if you don't remember anything else. The first thing I would say is that if you have a family member who has died suddenly in their sleep or during exercise, to person done, and if possible, an echocardiogram or an ultrasound of the heart. The next thing is to think about the lifestyle changes you need to make in terms of smoking, in terms of weight. If your weight by calculating what's your body mass index. There are so many body mass index calculators available online. Think about quitting smoking, alcohol intake, dietary changes. And then the other thing is I would encourage people, estimate your risk of developing a heart attack over the next 10 years. And then the fourth thing you need to remember is what to do if someone collapses suddenly. So the thing to do is you have to confirm initially that they're in a cardiac arrest. And the way to do that is if you just feel your neck artery here, if you just put your hand to your neck, you can feel a pulsation. And if you can't feel that pulsation, they're in a cardiac arrest. The next thing to do is go on their chest, make a fist, and then on their breastbone, start making the compressions. 30, and after 30, you can open their mouth and blow in their mouth twice, and then you go back on their chest, 30 compressions. It can be life-saving. Thank you very much, guys. That's the end of my presentation. I don't know how much of it you heard, and I don't know if there are any questions. Thank you.
Dr. Kayode for the presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes. Absolutely, I can.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I think you did a very good job. Your content was very enlightening, and I believe that so many people have learned a lot. So at this point, if there is anyone that have question, please can you kindly raise up your hand or you type the question for me so that the resource person can attend to your question. Anybody with question? Yes, I'm waiting for question.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Please, I don't know whether you've heard of Q-risk score.
Yes.
Okay, please, I don't know what is the validity of using the Q-risk score to estimate the risk of having cardiovascular disease.
Exactly. So, let me just share this. So when I talked about the calculator, I was talking about the Q-risk developed by Professor Cox, who proudly then was working in Nottingham. And this is the Q-risk calculator, and it's validated, and it's been validated a couple of times and within different data sets. And I use it almost all the time in my practice. It's within the national guidance in the United Kingdom. So this is what that's the calculator, and then after putting in on the parameters, if the risk of cardiovascular disease over the next 10 years is more than 10%, then usually we'll start the patient on statins, which are cholesterol lowering tablets. Yeah. So
Okay.
it's widely used in our practice. Yeah.
Okay. But actually, one of my problem is I've tried using this calculator, but I notice it's not applicable for persons less than 25 years old. So I don't know how do someone go about it. Though there's this tendency that, or will I say an occurrence whereby people beyond people that experience cardiovascular disease are persons of older age. But what about people below the age of 23 or 25?
Yes. So now we need to understand that this calculator was okay, shall I say, invented for what we'll call diseases of the heart arteries. So what we call the coronary artery disease. So, and when we talk about disease of the heart arteries, what we are talking about then is when you have deposits of cholesterol. Oh, sorry, I think they are testing our fire alarm. Yeah, that was the noise. Yeah. So we are talking about deposit of cholesterol within the heart arteries, and it's very rarely would you find someone younger than 25 who would have cholesterol deposited within their heart arteries, unless they have what we'll call familial hypercholesterolemia, where you have some families where high cholesterol runs in the family. We are talking about really high values. So the calculator really is not going to be useful just because cholesterol within the heart arteries is very rare in people younger than 25 years old. And yeah, so that's the rationale for the age range that it that the calculator uses. I don't know, does that answer your question?
It's okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else questions? This is.
Thank you for the insightful. I hope I'm.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you for the insightful communication you shared with us. My question is based on diet and food choices. You mentioned earlier that you need to balance diet, and as a Nigerian, and you know that there are some staple foods that we eat that probably we can't eat. We eat almost every day, like rice, like bread, and some of these things. So, how do you have a form of recommendation on the kind of meals that people who notice that okay, they have the tendency to have high blood hypertension and heart-related diseases? Do you have a form of recommendation about the meals you feel they should avoid completely in order for them not to fall victim to attack?
So, yeah, I think like, so in terms of dietary recommendations, so that's why I have this slide up, and these are some of the what we'll think are healthier in terms of diet. For instance, brown rice over white rice, and avoiding processed food, avoiding red meat. So, for instance, chicken preferable to beef. Obviously, I've not been in Nigeria for a long time now, so I don't know what's obtainable in terms of say, I don't know if brown rice is available, for instance, brown wheat. I don't know. I don't know is the answer. But I can only make recommendations. For instance, we'll encourage using polysaturated rather than unsaturated fats, so things like olive oil rather than palm oil. Vegetables, fruits, I think those are readily available in Nigeria. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I've answered your questions effectively. It's difficult for me. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think I got my response.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adetunji, for your question. Idris Aminu, are you there? Idris Aminu? Idris Aminu?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can ask your question.
Okay, sir. About the
Idris?
Yes. I'm talking
Hello,
about
Idris? Idris, can you speak louder?
Yes, sir. I'm talking about that the heart.
Idris, we can't hear you. Can you type your question for us, please?
Okay, sir.
Idris, kindly type your question. Musa Mohammed, are you there? Musa Mohammed? Okay, Dr. since they are not responding, I have a question.
Okay.
My question is, you talked about chest pain.
Yes.
Which is one of the major symptoms of heart disease. Is it possible for things like severe cold or some other things to cause chest pain other than severe heart disease, like maybe during harmattan or very cold period? Is there a possibility for chest pain? Or chest pain is mainly for heart disease? That's my question.
Yeah, you've asked a really good question. So there are other diseases of the heart that I've not discussed within the scope of this lecture, just because they probably wouldn't cause. They're not usually associated with a lot of mortality. And like you said, common cold, yes, can cause chest pain. Now, when we say common cold, you have to distinguish that from just feeling cold. Common cold means like you have runny nose and you have cough, and often that is caused by a viral infection. So if you have like the common flu, for instance, what happens is that the heart itself is inside a sac, and we call the sac the pericardium. And then what happens is that you can have inflammation of the sac of the heart, causing and from common cold, and it can cause chest pain. But that sort of chest pain has some distinct features. Typically, it's usually a sharp pain, which is different from the sort of pain that you will find in patients who are having diseases of the arteries of the heart or a heart attack. In that case, it's going to be like heaviness at the center of the chest. When it's just the sac of the heart, it's usually a sharp pain. It's usually worse when you lie down, and it's better when you sit up and you lean forward. So yes, to answer your question correctly, yes, what I've just described is pericarditis. So yes, that can happen after having a bout of common cold.
Okay, thank you, doctor. Mustafa.
Yeah.
Mustafa, can you?
Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Kayode, for the presentation. Yeah. Hello. Please, can you differentiate cardiac troponin I and cardiac troponin T? Why in Nigeria troponin I is so common? Why? Why is it so common to these cardiac patients?
So I wouldn't be able to I wouldn't be able to distinguish. So I'm not entirely sure of what the differences are. I can imagine it's probably in the molecular structure. I'm not completely sure, I must say. But yes, we know, yes, in patients with myocardial infarction, or heart attack, the troponin can be elevated. And in the UK, for instance, different hospitals use different things. So we just rely on whatever normal range they provide us. But in terms of distinguishing between troponin I and troponin T, I'm not entirely sure. I think, if I remember, I think troponin T is probably more sensitive than troponin I, and that would usually reflect also in the units in which it's going to be presented. Yeah, if I remember, I think troponin T, if I remember, is probably more sensitive than troponin I. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
Hello, Mustafa. Are you okay now?
Hello. Yes, thank you so much, doctor.
Okay, thank you, doctor. I cannot hear Mustafa very well, but I believe that yes, you have done justice to his question. Is there still another person with questions? Okay, so there's a question on the chat. Can you check that and answer for us?
Hello?
Yeah, so it's asking, I think it is another food-related question, and like I said before, we want to be looking at saturated fats like olive oil. You want to be a lot of vegetables, salads, and fruit, and then you want to get rid of some of the complex carbohydrates like white rice, white bread, substitute them with brown rice and brown bread where possible. And then you want to be going for things like whole grain pasta. Then if you can avoid sugar and sugary drinks, that's one thing you don't have to pay for. Just choosing water over Coca-Cola or Fanta. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Idris, I believe your question has been answered. Is there any other person with question? Okay, since there's no more question, I'll hand over to Dr. Ajayi to continue from there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agada, for a good job. Well done. At this point, I would like to call on the Vice Chancellor of Skyline University, Nigeria, for his remark. The Vice Chancellor, sir.
Thank you, Ajay. First, let me thank our guest of the day, Dr. Oluwu Wakayode. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing correctly, for speaking to us on maintaining a healthy heart. So thank you very much for sparing your valuable time and addressing our students and staff on how to maintain a healthy heart. I have been listening to your presentation for some time, and it's quite important for me also to ensure that I also start following certain tips that have been shared. I would also like to thank our General Education Department, all the team members, and even the head GST for organizing this symposium. So I congratulate all of you for and appreciate your efforts. So this is just a beginning. I'm sure in future we will do many more and move forward. So thank you very much, sir, once again for sparing your valuable time for being with us, with our students and staff and sharing. And definitely whenever you're in Nigeria, we request you to visit us any point of time. We'll be happy to have you here on our campus.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, the Vice Chancellor. Once again, we are saying a big thank you to Dr. Olua Kayode Oke for the presentation. And of course, I must confess that we really enjoyed your presentation, and the fact that a lot of students and members of staff were able to raise quite a number of questions shows that this very topic is apt and timely. We want to appreciate you once again, and we wish you the very best in your career. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this symposium. Thank you for your patience and thank you for your time. Once again, thank you to Dr. Oluwakayo Dioke for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, can you me? That is magic. Stop. You know, I'm kidding. Hey, sorry, Abby.
Which one?